Also because of the fact that you don't read the required, you don't understand what the required is saying. Also because students just lack the structure of answering auditing. And so I'm here to announce again, if you don't have good exam technique for auditing, you won't make it. You can study all you want and know the fundamental principles, but if you don't have a structure of presenting all of those to me, you will not make it. And that's what I want to emphasize. You will find that majority of the actual content being presented in classes is actually fair content that you know from undergrad and so on and so forth. But the trick here is really understanding, number one, the required, as someone says, what are they asking of me? But also, am I answering it in the right way? So I'll go straight away and discuss my slides in terms of just what I did note. So I'll start with the general feedback. Yeah, I emphasized this the last time as well, but you guys need to move away from writing in paragraphs, present your answers in point form. It's better for the marker, but also it's better for you to keep the points flowing. So I found that students that were trying to answer in paragraph formats were not able to give the right responses in terms of really answering where the issue is. And then yes, the second one is the prescribed structures. I think for every lecture that you will attend, there will be some sort of a structure that you can either establish yourself or the lecturer will present to you. And when you get to the questions, and you also practice and notice that these structures are quite prevalent. So the structure thing, the students that are struggling with this, guess what? It's because they are not doing enough questions. Guys, this is CTA. It's difficult. I'm not even going to lie to you. You cannot afford to come into the test room without having done enough practice. It all boils down to how much work you put in. Majority of the scripts, I could tell that it's just high level answering. You're just taking a jab here and there. You don't really know even the fundamentals of principles. So I think that yeah, it's a conversation that you need to have with self, and chances I'm speaking to the wrong crowd. The crowd that really needs to be hearing this is probably not even joined in the class. But I just want to emphasize this, that we're no longer high level anymore. Now we are to the detail, and we are picking structures, and we are learning to articulate ourselves, because that's how detailed your answers need to be. Your structure consistencies are also lacking. What do I mean by this? For instance, when we look at CPC, you obviously have different issues with the CPC. Some will be addressing the familiarity threat, as we saw in the question, and the other one, for example, was addressing the self-interest threats with regards to the trip that was offered by the CEO. So in these two scenarios, it's different in terms of the nature. However, the structure still remains the same, and you are expected to follow that structure. So I find that students were not consistent. You follow the structure in the first answer, and you give me the safeguards, and you give me the fact that this is a disrepute to the profession, and however, in the next problem, you've then forgotten and you've let go of all of that structure. And then, yeah, understanding the required is a sport for sure. I think this also comes with the practice as well. So practice more questions so that you know the keywords. There's always going to be keywords. Like for instance, I know that for sure that in this test, the word responsibilities tricked quite a number of you, because you didn't know how am I supposed to respond. But if you had really broken down the scenario, you'd understand that responsibility means that there's someone that needs to be actioning something and they have not, and so I have to recommend that. So that comes with practice as well, but also just breaking down the required to make sure that you understand the different segments in the required. Yeah, the high level responses, I was really disappointed by this. We take time to set tests and exams. It takes a while, and we really get deep into it. So coming from us, you'll never find anything high level, not at CTA level. Maybe in first year you will, but not at first CTA level. So really, when you read a scenario, drill down to understand what was going on. The perfect example for this in relation to this test one was when you were told that the CFO was aware of the appointment of Nala, and the fact that the appointment was against statutory requirements. However, the CFO did not action. majority of you guys went to talk about, yeah, how that's an issue and Nala shouldn't accept the audit, forgetting that that was a clear issue with regards to CPC as it relates to the CA in business. The matter was highlighted with him in frame. He was the subject matter as it relates to this non-compliance. And what does that mean? You have a knockler because here's a CFO that's sitting and they are aware of something and the CPC requires that they should be actioning that. So I think I can count from the scripts that I've marked. I don't think I've got 10 students that have really answered. And I spent so much time in class describing that. So I was personally very disappointed. And then the other general point is just with regards to someone has got their mic off, if you don't mind muting. I will give a chance for questions later on. The other general point is just with regards to understanding the different characters in the scenario. Again, going back to the same example, why were students still saying that the NOCLA is in relation to the CEO, who you've been told is actually not a CA? Why would the CPC be applicable to the CEO of the company who's not a CA? So those kind of things become important. It's important to know the roles and what the implications of the roles are. I'll then move back to required one, which I think on average, students did well. And though we as markers found that we have to fish for marks, so articulation is missing from students. We always have to find, okay, this student is trying to tell me that this is an intimidation threat because they've included it at the top of the paragraph. But then they don't mention that this is an intimidation threat to what fundamental principle. I only find the fundamental principle at the end of the long paragraph. So that is going to make you lose marks because you're making the marker work and having to construct things for you. Can we please mute? I'm not sure who it is. I can't see on my screen, but just make sure we stay muted so that I don't get distracted. Oh, wow.
Madonsela, please.
Goodness. I can't even see. Ooh,
Madonsela and Offense, please close your
strong
mic.
language. Ooh, okay. Okay, before we're interrupted, let's move on. So yeah, feedback on required one. I want to specifically refer to this slide, which I presented again in the class. I spoke to you and I showed you that with the first lecture of the year, we are essentially dealing with the King Code, Companies Act, all of these things that actually have an influence on, yes, the audit process as a whole, but also on the company. So it's all outside of the audit process if you really look at it. However, I don't know why students, for some reason, were tempted to already start looking at this first process in the audit cycle, that being the engagement acceptance. Students were alluding to the fact that students were already alluding to the fact that the previous auditors were fired, therefore it is a risk for us to accept. That's not what the required asked you. The required had asked you to evaluate the ethical considerations, which is outside of the auditing cycle, but many students went on to talk about this. I think about 80% of the scripts that I've marked, students went on to talk about the pre-engagement activities, and that's not relevant. So the other point is with regards to the deadline, and the fact that it was mentioned that it was there was a deadline by virtue of the CEO requiring that the act should be signed by the 25th. I was missing the articulation of the fact that this is a tight audit deadline. So you need to mention it. So students would mention that we got involved on this day and on this day the audit opinion is required. So what? So you'll find that in your scripts, the lecturers have included comments to say, so what? Because actually, from where we stand, it's difficult to understand your points because you actually haven't told us what the actual issue is. So I would like to appeal that students should get used to this thing of really articulating, and it starts with self-critique, right? When you give your answers, criticize yourself to say, if anyone else was reading this response, would they understand the points that I'm getting through? And it's painful to see on our end because it's not like the student doesn't understand, they do, but they just don't know how to articulate it, right? And that's a skill that needs to be nourished every now and then. So the other point is with regards to the personal relationship with the partner and the CEO. Students were just saying that there's a personal relationship. What is a personal relationship? Tell us so that we can understand the significance. The non-compliance NOCLA, students were saying that it is for NALA. It could be, rightfully so, it could be. But the scenario had given you enough prompts and directed you well enough that you were supposed to understand that the NOCLA was supposed to be coming from the perspective of the CA in question. Also, how the scenario wasn't clear as to whether or not NALA actually knew about this non-compliance. However, you were told that the CFO was very aware of the non-compliance and hence it could have been a possible NOCLA. Mentioning that the CPC is applicable in business or in public practice. So here I had said that it would depend on the circumstances, right? So there was two incidences where students could earn marks. You'll see in the scenario, which I believe has been uploaded. There was two incidences where students could earn marks by mentioning that number one, Christabel or even the NALA audit firm is required to comply with the CPC. However, we were stricter when it got to the CA in business parts because students had to identify that we were dealing with a CA in business for them to be able to answer to the section 260. So with there, if you didn't say that it's a CA in business, we didn't give you that mark, though we were generous with the first one. Yeah, there's another issue that's over desegregation of matters. By over desegregation, I mean that we're presenting a point to you and you are choosing to disaggregate this one point into two and go through the system or even the structure for the two disaggregated points, which is not necessary. What do I mean by this? We are talking about many students have done this thing where we talk about the audit deadline. They will talk about the audit deadline separately, and then they will talk about the actual pressure that the management is exerting on the audit team. And because of how it's packaged on the scenario, there was no need to do that. So if you go to the scenario and really analyze, you'll see that it was packaged actually as one point which should be analyzed with this. And I know this is a very thin line because sometimes we can also play the trick otherwise. But I can tell you that this also is one of those things that come with practice. With that being said, the opposite of that also still applies, the combining of issues. Some students would combine the whole bribe situation whereby the CEO is promising the trip together with the deadline. So that would essentially be incorrect for students to do. So the other thing is, discussing the NOCLA from the auditor's perspective. I've already spoken to this, and the fact that this is a new engagement, right? And previous auditors were fired, and it's got nothing to do with ethics. These are pre-engagement activities, and many students were tempted to go on about pre-engagement activities, which I'm grateful that you have knowledge of, but students should have known that this wasn't in question with regards to the specific test. The required was specific to say they want only CPC. The question was never about the engagement, whether the engagement should be accepted or not. That speaks to the same point. And there were other students that were tempted to speak of a reportable irregularity here. And the fact of the matter is that an RI was not present because of the scope as per the required. So the required was clear, SICA CPC, there's no reportable regularity there, but there was a responsibility, and that comes from the trigger of the NOCLA as already prescribed. And some students were discussing high risk of material misstatements because of the bankers requiring the Fs. Again, this is pre-engagement activities. It does not relate to the actual required that was asked. So that was required one. Now I'm moving over to required two, which is where I said there were a lot of issues that needed to be attended to. And I think generally I must admit myself that generally ethics is very difficult. It's a difficult concept to wrap around. That's why if there's a section you need to practice continuously, it is ethics. So here, I remember spending time on this, and students asked, how should we present this in an answer sheet when we in a test scenario? And I said to students, you need to get into a habit of segregating or presenting the theories in like different segments. So in this case, you were asked to discuss in terms of king, to discuss in terms of shareholder theory, stakeholder theory, legitimacy theory, and I'm forgetting one, but you were asked to discuss specifically these. I don't understand why students did not remember to just segregate the issues. So what majority of the students did is they came into the paper and they just dumped everything that they've ever thought of which some points were actually correct. But we couldn't mark them because the required was specific. We want to understand the ethical implications per ethical theory. So for instance, if you said that, yeah, this is not fair to the stakeholders, that point could be well applicable for king. It could be well applicable for stakeholder theory. So I, as the marker on the other side, I actually don't know which one you're referring to. So I'm actually not going to give you any mark at all because the instruction was clear. Do it per each ethical theory, and the emphasis was there in the class. So that was very disappointing to see. So in cases where students have done that, you'll see a red line across your page because you have not specified which theory you have been discussing and therefore have not responded to the required. Um, Also, the other thing that I noticed is at City A level, guys, you cannot tell me that for King, you are going to discuss one principle and have 5 points under that one principle. It doesn't work like that. The expectation I have for you as a student is to come in there knowing the whole King code. So why would I, for 20 marks, expect you to only discuss one principle? So many students were coming in and discussing one principle, that being ethical leadership that is required from the board. So that was very disappointing, and we rightfully so only marked 1 point per principle. And you'll see on the solution that there's a number of principles that were triggered in the scenario and therefore presented on the solution. Guys, please mute. I'm really distracted by the speaking behind. Um, Again, the other important thing in relation to King, I don't know why students just forget to say according to the King Code or even according to principle, whatever. So what I said in the class was, students, don't, if you don't remember the principle, rather say according to the King Code. But don't just say that the board is expected to lead ethically. According to what? How do I know if you are quoting an article that you read in a newspaper somewhere? So it needs to say according to King 5 or according to principle XYZ. So there again, if students have done that, you'll see that we wouldn't have marked that because you haven't specified what theory you are discussing. Students were also tempted to analyze the responses per individual in the scenario. And yeah, students who did this, I saw a trend whereby if you focus on the specific characters presented in the scenario, you forgot that the required actually asked for specific theories. So students would focus so much on what the CEO said and place emphasis on that, forgetting the other important part, which is actually to discuss what in essence to discuss what so I'm losing my train of thoughts, to discuss the actual theories that are described in the required. So students who focus on the characters forgot what the required actually asked. While there were some good points, but you missed a lot of important points by not actually going back to the required and responding according to the required. Yo, yeah, this was a trick that we threw in the paper, but we wanted to see whether you can read your required clearly. But some students still went on to discuss board composition when you were told in the required that there's no need for discussing board composition. And you need, okay, so this is important again in relation to King. When you give me a principle according to King, I'll use the same principle. According to King 5, it is expected that board members should act ethically in all their actions, right? Let's just look at that principle. And then in your response, you say that the board disregarded the concerns of the community. There's still a mislink there because you haven't showed me how you are linking that to the actual principle. So I expect there to be something that says, as a result of this, it can be said that the board did not act ethically. So you give a principle, you give a point from the scenario, but you're not linking to show me that you understand how the principle applies to the actual scenario. So that's another improvement that I would like to expect from students. The other thing is that why would students be tempted to think that only one principle of the King Code should be discussed in the whole of Part B? That's what I was saying earlier, that you find students for one principle, they've got 10 applications, and that can't be because there's so many other principles that could be applied. And combining the theories, yeah, I think I've spoken to this a bit, but you'll find that students are discussing the stakeholder theory together with good for self and good for others all at once without that clear segregation that I alluded to that is very important. So I think that, yeah, there's a lot of improvements with regards to just articulation and structure. I want to appeal. Do more questions. Note the structures. Establish a system for yourself. Otherwise, you will not pass auditing. And yeah, that was the key things that I noted. Yeah, so I included these things here because they come from the lecture, just to prove that I'd actually given everything. So if you go through the solution, you'll see that this part, CPC part 2, is essentially everything that was expected of you to actually mention that he became aware of the NOCLA, he should obtain an understanding and be investigated. All of these things, some of these things are even copy and paste from your standard, and of which majority of you guys missed the marks. But yeah, I'd like you to just go through that solution again and ensure that you understand it fully. And I just want to give 5 minutes or even less for questions if there are questions on the floor after having looked at the main points that were lagging in the test. Are there any other questions? Are there questions from the floor?
A quick one on my side.
Hi, Masala.
You mentioned the point of the previous auditors being fired as a
Mm,
pre-engagement. I
mm,
do understand that it is, but I was thinking maybe in the question, the fact that they were fired and there was a tight deadline, and the conduct also of the CA, which is the CEO,
mm.
also indicated that there's
It's not
ethics
the
in
CEO, it's the CFO.
or CFO, yeah. So
Mm, mm.
there were, I think, ethics issues that I thought maybe might have led to the previous auditors being fired.
Yeah, understandable. But again, there'll always be that situation where there's some things, many things in the scenario that could be, but be driven by the triggers in the scenario. I think the students miss the point that the actual trigger and the focus, it's even in its own paragraph if you go back to the scenario. The focus was actually on the CFO because you were told the CFO is a CA, the CFO was aware, the CFO has not acted. So why is it that there would be so much emphasis on the CFO, but still students choose to take it back to Nala? I don't understand that part. And hence the technique of really analyzing a scenario and breaking it down to the core and giving it time, not being high level. Because if you're high level, you are going to think it's Nala. But there was enough evidence to prove that here the examiner is trying to really zoom into this character of the CFO.
Noted, noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mosala. Trinity,
Hi, ma'am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Um, uh, I hope you're well.
I
I
am.
heard you mentioned for us to kind of develop a technique for answering questions, for auditing questions, in order for you to know how to articulate yourself, the structure and everything, that you are advising that we should do a lot of questions, ne? So I just want to know how many is a lot or enough questions, because talking for myself, I don't really have a lot of time. because I'm working full time Monday to Friday, and I think it's maybe quite a lot of us here. And then I am able to study every day for my schoolwork and then maximizing my weekends as well. But then I find that I'm not able to kind of do all the questions that would have been given to us. So I just want to understand for me to get that comfort and yeah, that comfort that I'm doing the right thing. How should I do that? How many is enough questions?
Trinity, that is a personal question. You will know when you feel comfortable with the subject. How will you know? Because when you keep doing CPC questions and all of a sudden, when you used to get 4 out of 15, now you're getting 9 out of 15. That's when you know that you're actually understanding what's going on. While I completely sympathize with the reality of life and the fact that, we all have a lot of things going, but you made a decision, Trinity, that you want to be in here in this class to do your CTA because you have high future prospects for yourself. So while life throws all sorts of things at us, it's actually important for us to have our priorities right. I think the advice that I'd give to you, and be realistic, is the fact that I know that it's tough from a capacity perspective, but to be honest with you, if you don't make the time, we'll sit here in November and you're not going to be able to make it to CTA. It does require the time. It's just one of those things that you have to sacrifice for the year and put your head down and find the time to do it. Yeah, I think it's just one of those things that we need to make peace with. There's no two ways about it. And I could tell from many of the scripts that some students have not even attempted to do one question. They're just going with the understanding that they had. But this is not the year to be doing that. It's not the course to be doing that. If you're feeling like this now, imagine how bored it's going to be. So it's not the course to be playing high level. I think we just need to get that straight. And this is only test one. It's only going to get deeper and it's only auditing. The other modules are going to require the same amount of effort. So I want to just emphasize that while I sympathize with how difficult it is, but we all here because we made a choice to be here, and there's something that we want so badly that we are willing to compromise anything for. So it's just one of those things that we have to come to terms with.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks, Trinity. Lusanda?
Thank you. Hi, ma'am. So, I wanted to go back on the previous auditor's
Mm,
part.
mm,
So, if you like linked it to, because they resigned due to the differences with the management, and then if you like link it to section 220.4, I think, where they
mm.
say professional accountants must prepare financial statement in accordance with the reporting relevant reporting standards. So would also still be like, will it still be like not the right or
Yeah,
like
it won't be right. It wasn't marked. It's not on the solution. It's not the direction that the examiner was taking. It's not the direction, and it's the other thing that comes with a lot of practice as well. There's enough triggers, and I said this in class as well. I said there'll always be things that are applicable. Like for instance, we could go in deep with that king code and we'll find that many other things are applicable. However, you need to stick to where the emphasis is set in the scenario, because where the emphasis is where your marks are supposed to be coming from. That's a skill. You need to be critically analytical when you do your scenario so that you understand that here it looks like this is where my direction should be going. And you always find it. I don't know how the other modules are, but I actually believe that this is, even with integration, I would say that you need to have the skill to identify that though the scenario is open-ended, but here's where I need to be critically dwelling to try and establish my marks. So that wasn't the presentation of the examiner in this test.
okay, thank you.
Thanks, Susanda. Okay, students, I take it there's no other questions. Let me give you a bit of a break before your next class, but please continue studying work consistently, have a structure for your work-life balance, sacrifice the year to just get this done so that at the end of the year you can see the results of your sacrifice. So I wish you all the best and hoping that test 2 will be much better. Thanks.
Thanks, ma'am.
Sorry, Nosipho.
Hi, Moboni.
Hi, guys. I just, and I'm sure you've highlighted this to the student, and I just want to come in. When it comes to ethics, when it comes to corporate governance, when it comes to even strategy, you'll see that they intertwine so much. So I just want to encourage the students. We had a SICA meeting, I think, last week, and one of the things they stress so much is that ethics has to be part of your, I don't even know, your bone marrow. It has to be part of you so much that even when you're looking at accounting, when you're looking at tax, when you're looking at the other disciplines, always think of the ethical implications. We can have a test that comes through and we're testing section 11A and they want to do something funny. It was not for trade. And now they want to claim it and just ask an ethical perspective. The basics that you have learned and everything you've learned from Nosipho will be so much applicable when it comes to, ethics and not only professional, but when it comes to business and personal as well, which is one we always forget sometimes. It is so important that you're able to get right the basics, and more importantly, that you're able to apply according to the scenario and the information given to you. When you look at test 2, there were so many triggers given to the community staff. If we carry on, we'll forego some of the profits, or we'll lose favor with the community, or if we don't carry on, profits will be compromised. Those were triggers that were there in this question, and therefore for this type of question, you needed to write more because there were even more triggers. So important that ethics becomes your friend, that you take time, even now as you get through your solution, understand where did I go wrong. Psycha CPC by now, CTA2, I don't even expect you guys to have issues there, right? So maybe question 2 is the one maybe you're still getting used to in this year. But Psycha CPC at this level, really you have to have it under control. Issue, thread, fundamental principle, the explanation, significance, and the safeguards. It must be part of your system, right? So if you're having issues with question 1, really, you shouldn't be having those issues. Ethics as well. Understand how to approach it, understand where you went wrong, and where you're still not sure, consult, deal with the issues now, because I can tell you now, ethics will come back. You will see it a lot. You will see it. It's not even a scoping thing. You will see it quite a lot. If I look at the exam last year, if I look at, there's so many marks for ethics. So please make sure that you do take the time to iron it out, and, make sure yeah, you are comfortable with the area. We will have another workshop with you with Nosipho, because we are going to also do the rubric method with you guys. But that will schedule and we'll post an announcement. But please make sure, I cannot stress this enough, let us ensure ethics, we have it, and we are comfortable with it. I think that's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much, Nosipho, for allowing me to just come in at the end there. All right, I think now we're waiting for Nazir, who will come in at 6 o'clock for your test 2 preparations. But don't give up, guys. Do not give up. This journey, you'll get test 1, you'll feel like the world is ending, but it's not. Learn from it. Make sure you understand where you went wrong. Is it knowledge? Is it exam skills? And make sure test 2, you tackle it and you get better. Get better with every test. Get better with every test, and you will make it. We really want you to pass. Nosipho, the entire team, we really want you to pass, and we're here to support you. So please, let's take a small break, and then Nazir will come in at 6 for the test 2 preparation class. All right, you guys, enjoy your evening.
Thank you, Mo. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi guys, can I just ask, are we using the same link for 6 o'clock or is it a different one? Check the chats. Apparently Nazir will join this lecture, so we don't have to exit. Maybe just confirmed via chats. Thank you.
Hi guys, were they recording this class? The test one debrief.
Yes, it is recorded.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Good day, everyone, and welcome to today's session, which is for applied auditing relating to the Test 2 agenda. And we will be looking at various aspects, various case studies in relation to the upcoming Test 2. These would be attributable to the learning units 6 and 7. So what we will do is go into some of the case study aspects. And in terms of the material, these will be available under additional resources on my UNISA. So what we will be looking at is a scenario, and we will dissect it into the various parts of which then be going into for discussing how we would code the scenario and look into various aspects for generation of marks based on trigger points which are identifiable in the scenario. Firstly, I just would like to project the question bank. This is the question bank relating to learning unit 6 and 7, and there are 5 questions in there. I'll just keep the topics covered and the table displayed on screen for you to familiarize yourself with the topics that are tested for each of the preceding 5 tests. Furthermore, I know that you guys have had a session that has just completed based on the feedback for test 1. So this seems to be continuing from that session. Therefore, I'd like to say if there are any questions, please feel free to ask those questions. I may not necessarily always come back to the dashboard screen that I am displaying right now, as we will be projecting the question that is displayed. So if I am on the screen, I would perhaps maybe see your hand and call you out to ask what the question may be. But if not, please feel free to interject me at any given point in time, and we may ask the question then. So I see there is a question currently from Juliet Moyo. Yes, how are you? And you may come to the podium.
Hi, sir. I'm good. Thank you. I hope you are good too. I wanted to ask, in terms of the session being recorded, will it continue from the previous session which was held, or is it going to be stopped and re-recorded again? Or because I see it's on 1 hour 15 minutes.
So I've went into the record now. I've just started a recording now. I would hope that this would be a new recording after the previous one.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, so let's have a look and see if it does record as such. If not, then if it's one consolidated session, you guys would probably need to just then forward wind, to get to the appropriate content for this case studies. Thank you for the question, though. So we have self-assessment questions, and these are now fundamental, especially at the CTA BGDA level. What was taught at undergraduate, were incremental aspects that built up the theoretical foundation, and those aspects need to be revised, revisited, and understood from a theoretical point of view. And if you take the entire year into account, for the remaining year, for the remaining months still to come, hypothetically speaking, if the examinations are to be written in October, which is the 10th month, we're in the 4th month now, so approximately 6 months, from today, less than that, for the examinations to be written. And one of the key aspects that's would like to stress upon is there could never be a sufficient amount of questions that one would do. So do as many questions as possible. And even though these have the preceding 5 years questions, you could, if you have access to the 4861 material as well, you could go through those questions. And furthermore, if you go and search, the past assessments of the IAC examinations. Many of the past examinations would feature from January and June, and I would suggest and practice those examination questions as well. They are integrated questions which take into account various disciplines, and they have questions which primarily or for the most part focus on a certain aspect. Like you could get questions relating to aspects of auditing in them. And I would suggest, in addition to these questions, go and have a look at those questions as well. What's important and what can be identified from this table is the questions that were previously asked were like risks at the overall financial statement level and responses to these risks to reduce them to an acceptable level. There was planning and performance materiality, which was asked as well. So with the planning and performance materiality for all materiality aspects, you would need to go back to the ISA standard, understand, what would your decision tree be in terms of generating materiality and the discussion thereof. We also have various aspects in here which relate to pre-engagement activities, risks at the assertion level, which differ from risks at the financial statement level. And we evaluate weaknesses in systems. So these systems are typically business description systems. A business description or, the way internal controls are generated within understanding of the entity and its environment. So this is an evaluation of a particular system that's in place, and the weaknesses are then evaluated thereof. So the forthcoming question, which is number 3, then also speaks about similar aspects in relation to the other topics that were tested. And as you go down into question 4, you'll see there'll be an element of business risks which feature. So we're not only looking at then business risks, audit risks come into effect here, and audit risks would then compose of inherent risks plus control risks, and the detection risk factor, which would make it the audit risk, else it would be the risk of material misstatement. So when asked for risk of material misstatement, it's important to talk about the inherent risk as well as control risks. When asked for audit risk, you would discuss the risk of material misstatement, which is the inherent risk plus control risks, and the additional factor that you would then discuss are detection risks. As you can see, question 5 also carries that, furthermore, weaknesses and recommendations in terms of systems. We'll briefly look at, some of the aspects within here. But if we were to touch on the element of materiality, as we do see information is provided, for part B, which indicates with reference only to the information contained in Annexure A. So we would then have to look at Annexure A. And Annexure A is basically this working paper, WP 100. So no other working paper would relate to this. Therefore, the required made reference to would reference only to the information contained in Annexure A. Critically analyze. When we are looking for a critical analysis, a critical analysis would then be negative factors as well as positive factors. We would look at negative factors as well as positive factors. A critical analysis, I think there was a question. Some of the older chats. Yeah. Okay, so which question is this? What we're looking at right now is the self-assessment questions, the question bank for learning units 6 to 7. So we have question 1. I think someone's unmuted. Let's have a look and see. Go. That's good. Yeah, so like I was saying, we're looking at the first question, which is Bafana Price Center. And we're looking at the second part of the question, which relates to the materiality. We will not be going into the detail of this as well as theoretical aspects. What I would suggest for that is go into the ISA standard. Look at the yes, I think everyone's been muted now. Look at the question, look at the theoretical aspects within the ISA standard and practice the materiality question thereof. Looking at this question, it indicated that we need to do a critical analysis. For a critical analysis, it's always important to discuss positive factors as well as negative factors as well as the positive factors. So we're looking to critically analyze working paper A100 on the planning and performance materiality calculation. When you're looking at the performance factor, always note that the performance factor for materiality would be an additional percentage of the total materiality value. And the performance criteria or the performance benchmark could, for instance, be maybe 75% of materiality. So if you've calculated a 100% value for materiality, the performance materiality factor could be something like 75%. And unless those percentages are explicitly given to you in a scenario of a question, you can make an assumption and utilize an appropriate percentage that you deem to be relevant and appropriate. It's also further elaborated that we should provide reasons and calculations where applicable. We read this one more time. With reference only to the information contained in Annexure A, critically analyze working paper A100 on the planning and performance materiality calculation. Provide reasons and calculations where applicable. So when looking at this Annexure A, we have the working paper, planning and performance materiality. There is an entity name, who it was prepared by, reviewed by, the audit section that's being made reference to, and the working paper with the year end and the relevant dates. So, generally, if you asked to critically analyze the entire annexure, you would critically analyze even the aspects that are written within entity name prepared by, for instance. If you are only asked to critically analyze the content of the working paper, you would then evaluate the content of the working paper. That is why it is fundamentally important to always read the required a few times so that you have made, you have obtained a complete understanding thereof, and you would then be in an appropriate position to answer correctly. As can be seen here, with reference only to the information contained in Annexure A. Oh, yes, there we go. You see, only to the information contained in Annexure A. That piece of information could have been perceived in an incorrect manner, or if one had read this too fast, you could have perhaps maybe missed this. So we're not asking you to critically analyze Annexure A, but analyze the information contained within Annexure A. If that constraint was not given, then you would analyze also the various aspects regarding working paper A. Fine. We move on to the purpose of the working paper is to calculate planning and performance materiality. There is a prior year that is provided as well as the current year, financial year end. We have various factors in the statement of profit or loss. These pertain to revenue, gross profit, net profit, loss before taxation. And there's also an extract, from the statement of financial position, which are the total assets. Additional information. The 2005 actual financial results are not available as management is still finalizing the closing journal entries. So with materiality, we would generally want to evaluate which set of financial statements we would be utilizing, for the materiality calculation. We can identify that this is a forecast of information, and this is a forecast of information, and this is audited information from the prior year. So it says 2025 financial results. We have draft forecast. The actual results are not available as they are still finalizing closing entries. So that's justification for the basis on which we would select. Furthermore, based on the 2025 draft forecast financial results, the Finance Department of Bafana strongly anticipates a net loss. Regardless, the CEO believes in always making a plan, and we have an individual that has indicated performance materiality should be calculated at 70% of the planning materiality amount. For this aspect, we talk about 70% of the planning materiality amount, and the percentage is provided in this instance. Because the percentage is provided in this instance, it's what you need to utilize for performance materiality. If it is not provided and you are required to calculate performance materiality, you can use a percentage. And if you utilize 60%, for example, and you justify that, then that's the appropriate assumption that you have made, and it will then be marked through. Audit work performed in terms of the 2025 audit used they've indicated that they would like to use 2024 audited financial results as they are most accurate, as the 2025 actual financial results are not available. Now remember, we're doing a critical analysis, so it's indicative here of the work that has been performed, and based on the work that has been performed, a critical analysis would need to be provided if this trigger point was a positive factor or a negative factor, or what is your analysis of that? Do you agree with this argument? If not, how else would you argue it differently? And that's the critical analysis. You're analyzing, you are basically analyzing, the information that is provided. They state that materiality is calculated using net loss. They have a calculation. They're saying the following guidelines are to be used to calculate materiality. And here is another area where the percentages are provided to you in terms of what needs to be utilized. Here, it's indicative that revenue of 2%, gross profit 3%, net profit loss of 2.5%, or total assets of 1%. Generally, if we identify that the risks would be assessed as high, we would then lower the value or percentage of the materiality. And furthermore, point number 4 goes on and speaks about, or before we get to point 4, in terms of the various aspects. If the entity is very highly structured in terms of revenue driven, that could be an appropriate benchmark to be utilized and justified accordingly. Or if the total assets are a large part of the entity, that could then be utilized as a benchmark. I think there was questions about recording. If I have a look, I think the session is definitely recorded. Yeah, it's showing as being recorded. Showing as being recorded. It's yes.
It's recording.
Okay, thank you. Where are we? Let's get back to that. Yeah, so as I was saying, if the entity was, for instance, highly, high asset intensive entity, that could be justified as a basis of utilizing the total assets. Point number 4 speaks about the inherent risk is assessed as high. Therefore, the net loss value, the net loss of 2024 to calculate the materiality, our evaluation would then need to be, is this appropriate or inappropriate based on a critical analysis? And if you disagree, what would you recommend as the agreement? And then indicating that performance materiality will therefore be 37,500 times 1.1. An increment of 1.1 is in essence 110%. However, that's given to you as what was done. But when you look at the question, it's perfectly indicative that performance materiality should be based at 70%, not 110%. So already you can achieve the marks here by stating the 37,500 times 1.1 or 110% is incorrect, as performance materiality should be at an increment of 70%. So if they are utilizing 37,500, it would then be multiplied by 70% in arriving at the answer for the performance materiality factor. So we'll just briefly have a look at this, and I would suggest you look at other materiality questions as well. Look at some of the, like I said, go to the sidecar site and go look at some of the past papers as well. So with reference only to information contained in Annexure A, critically analyze the working paper on planning and performance materiality, provide reasons and calculations where applicable. So it is indicative here that the 2025 draft forecast results will be the most appropriate to use. As management is still closing the journal entries on the 2025 actual results. So we speak about 2025 forecast results. So instead of actual, we would rather focus on forecasted results. Forecasted results are chosen over actual results for the current financial year that's being taken into account. And the reason for that is management is still closing up on certain journal entries. So therefore, the forecast results will then be the more appropriate type of results to utilize. So we will not be using actual results. Point number 2, 2024 results will not be appropriate as we have updated results from 2025. Number 3, it speaks about the ISA, which indicates that the profit before tax from continued operations is often used for profit-oriented entities. In this case, we see a loss. Yes, we have a question.
Yes, I'd like to ask a question regarding 2024 results. In which instance would it be correct to use them?
So I think just generally with these materiality calculations, there will be instances where we are provided with comparative figures. Ideally, you would want to start with the hierarchy of the most appropriate results would be the latest financial results that we have. And if those results obviously were audited results, then it would be the most comfortable that we are. If not, then now we would take the current year, not audited, because it's the most, it's the most appropriate, or it's the most recent, and it's more closer to what would be realistic of the amounts in the financial statements as opposed to the previous year. So we're starting with the high, the most closest one possible. And if not, then we could go back to the comparative ones. If we cannot rely on the most recent audited figures as well as the most recent forecasted figures, and if 2024 would be the most appropriate figure in comparison to the latest figures, then we would go back a bit. But ideally, you would want to utilize the most recent figures as that provides a fair reflection of what's going on in the business.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
A quick one, sir.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to ask with regards to maybe when we answer some of the questions, because I would see one would cite a a specific in the standard and with the paragraph? Do we have to put the paragraph, or we can just say according to IS 320, this is what it says? Or do we have to actually indicate it's paragraph 5 or paragraph A5 or something like that? Do we have to be specific, or we can just say in terms of IS 320?
There's it. There we go.
Oh, thanks, if that's the case.
Think if you're unsure, just make the overall reference, we're good to go. I think you don't need to specifically specify the specific paragraph number unless it's really asked for, but you wouldn't necessarily be asked for a specific paragraph number. The key aspect is on the application. We look at point number 4, which goes in conjunction with point number 3. We said that the profit from continuing operations is used for profit-oriented entities. We got a loss that's here, and it's not appropriate to use a net loss as a basis for materiality. As materiality under point 5 indicates that it should be based on appropriate benchmarks. Should be based on appropriate benchmarks. A net loss is surely not an appropriate benchmark. So you can see how the application was provided here. The net loss is not an appropriate benchmark because we need to speak about, appropriate benchmarks.
If you
not use, sorry, yes.
sorry, sir, if you actually put I see point 4 and 5, you put it as one sentence, because from my side I would have actually made it as one, that it is not an appropriate to use net loss basis because the materiality calculation must be based on appropriate benchmark. Do you get 2 marks or is it only 1? Because I see now you've actually split it into 2.
Yes. So in this instance, we've provided 2 marks for this. The appropriate benchmarks aspect as well as the net loss aspect. So those were for the 2 separate marks. So even if you've written it as 1 and you've indicated that it should have been based on appropriate benchmarks, you have got the 1 mark. And if you wrote then the net loss is not an appropriate benchmark, you have got the 2nd mark. So interchangeably, number 5 could have been 2 marks and number 4 could have then been eliminated as well. So it was just to emphasize what the 2 marks specifically were for.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Then what's further identified here is that revenue, gross profit, and total assets represent stable figures. It further indicates that revenue and gross profit would be considered for this materiality calculation, as the client's existence is dependent on the revenue generates, and total assets would also be considered as the company is considered to be asset intensive on its large quantity of supermarkets owned, which are 97 supermarkets. In this instance, either or would have been justifiable, the revenue as well as the total assets, as well as the gross profit. In terms of revenue, we see that there is a percentage of 2% provided. Utilized rather, gross profit had a percentage of 3% and total assets had a percentage of 1%. So what's important to identify here is we look at the scenario. In this instance, under point number 3, these percentages were provided to you. It was indicative that revenue should utilize 2%, gross profit would be 3%, or total assets would be 1%. So we would then take these percentages multiplied by the appropriate figures that we are utilizing under 2025 draft forecasted figures. And you would take the revenue multiplied by 2%, gross profit multiplied by 3%, total assets multiplied by 1%. Because the percentages were given of what needs to be utilized. However, if these percentages were not provided to you, you would then utilize appropriate percentages that you deem to be fit. You could have utilized as well the same percentages. You could have utilized 2% of revenue, 3% of gross profit, and 1% of total assets. You could have utilized the identical percentages as well if no percentages were provided to you. Alternatively, you could utilize alternative percentages that you deem to be professionally sound based on the information that you have read and the professional judgment that you do perceive. So here we go. There is the calculation under point number 7. Materiality should be calculated as follows. And like I've indicated, we have the revenue, gross profit, and the third aspect was the total assets. Each of these elements multiplied by the relevant, each of these values in the financial statements multiplied by the relevant percentage provided would result in an outcome of the materiality amount of 450,000, 800,000, and 3.8 million. Point number 8 and 9 we'll read in conjunction with this, which states that the inherent risk is assessed as high. So inherent risk is one of the elements of risk of material misstatement. Remember, control risk is the other aspect. So number 8 says, since inherent risk is assessed as high, materiality will be set as low. So because this is high, because this is a high assessment, materiality would result in a low value. So what we would then get here is inherent risk is assessed as high, materiality will be set as low. And the low value from the 3 that were calculated, the low to me between 800,000, 450,000, and 3.8 million, the low would then be 450,000, of which we then go to point number 9, and it indicates the materiality for 2025 will be set at 450,000, and this is the lower aspect on the low end of the materiality. If the risk was assessed as low, materiality could be set at a higher value, perhaps maybe even the 3.8 million value. And with that, I think we have questions that have come up. Let's have a look. If you have comparative amounts, do you compare? Yes, if you have comparative figures, like the current example we are looking at is the 2025 versus 2024. Those are the comparative values. And we are determining materiality for the current financial year. And we will be determining one materiality value, which we've calculated the 450,000. And our evaluation was whether we would utilize the forecasted results of the current year or the actual results of the prior preceding financial year. And we've ascertained the resultant would then be current figure, current value, forecasted figures. For point 6, you still get 2 marks if you say only identify revenue and gross profit and not necessarily mentioned assets. Yes, you would then obtain those marks. How do you determine which percentages would be appropriate? How should we go about making that decision? In terms of the percentages, so in this question specifically, we have indicated that the percentages that can be utilized were under point number 3 in the annexure A, and those related to percentages for revenue, 2%, gross profit, 3%, net profit loss, 2.5%, and total assets, 1%. So in terms of how would you know which percentages would be appropriate? If these percentages are not provided to you in a question, you can make an assumption and still utilize 1% for revenue, maybe 2% for assets, 3% for net profit or loss. Gross profit could be at 4%. And you need to then obviously do an evaluation. You then need to see what would be fair and appropriate, and based on the information, what would users of financial information or the financial statements would be perceived as fair and reasonable. When they read these figures and when they read evaluation of the audit opinion that is arrived based on the materiality figure, it is calculated and utilized. So for question purposes and for examination purposes, we try to stick to the lower percentages, or I don't want to say standardized benchmark percentages, because professional judgment is needed in calculating these percentages. But if you were to stick to these similar percentages that are provided as a guideline in this question, it should be good, as well as then you would then calculate the materiality, evaluate them for these specific criteria, like we have here. And those were the low, medium, and high, of where we've arrived at 450,000, 800,000, and 3.8 million. That's where we've got to the materiality calculation percentage. Let's have a look here. We checked what the users of financial will be more interested in. Choose to rely on AI, but if there will be significant changes, we'll take the latest figure. Thank you for that. I think there are some other questions as well. I'm
So
not sure.
you've
There we
got two
go.
hands. You've got two hands there.
So I got, if I look at the ranking, I got Sapiwa first.
Hello, sir. I just want to ask, I'm not sure if this was covered already. I'm a bit confused when it comes to the benchmark. From what I know, or from what like my understanding is that you choose one benchmark, whether it's revenue or your total assets, or your net profit or whatever. Yeah. So, and then you have a range. Let's say for revenue, it's going to be 5% to 10%, right? And then if your inherent risk is high, then you choose the lower end of the range. So, I'm not sure if I'm a bit confused with the way of like using 3 benchmarks. Is there a reason we did that?
No, so in this instance, like in this question, like, precisely what you've indicated, like if you're going to utilize revenue, then you can utilize, revenue, and you can utilize certain percentages within the revenue, the low and high for that specific revenue. But in this instance, we were indicating, which of the financial statement line items would be utilized for materiality. And if you see point number 7 is only 1 mark. So regardless of which aspect you utilize and justified, be it revenue, gross profit, or assets, you have only got then that 1 mark. And furthermore, within the gross profit percentage, like in this instance, we've only provided you 1% at 3% of gross profit. In another type of question, you might be provided with a range where gross profit could be between 3% and 5%. Then you would calculate the 3%, or say 3% and 6%. Then you would calculate the 3% at 450,000, times the 15 million, and you take then the 6% times the 15 million, and you would arrive at the 900,000. And then you would then evaluate based on the risk factor whether you would take then the lower or higher aspect of that. So you're totally correct in what you're saying for that evaluation as well. And like I've stated, that for the purposes of this question, this was more the justification of what aspect one would utilize, and then justifying and providing the rationale and reasoning behind that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, I think we have another hand here. Non-Claire Oliver. Yeah.
Hi, sir. If you can just explain point 8 to me, like the logic behind it. Like I don't understand.
So in terms of, materiality, we always would need to do a risk assessment. And when we're doing a risk assessment, it would be the risk assessment of the financial statements. We'd look at the risks at the overall financial statement level. We'd look at the risks at the assertion level. And based on the risks that we identify, and that we would then see, okay, fine, if the inherent risk, the control risks and detection risks, were they assessed as being high, medium, or low? And more often than not, if there are many risks, we tend to find ourselves falling into the category where risks is assessed as high. In this instance, under point number 4 in the question, it indicated that inherent risk is assessed as high. So it indicated that inherent risk is assessed as high. And because of this assessment, what happens in the solution, we indicate under point number 8, inherent risk is assessed as high. That is information provided to us. Or if you're doing perhaps maybe a part A of this question, and in part A you've determined that the risk is assessed as, you've seen that the risk is assessed as high. And in a solution here, you can then say, assume that the risk in part A calculated is assessed as high, medium, or low. Because it's assessed as high, I will use the lower end of the materiality value. Or if it's assessed as low, I will use the higher end of the materiality value. And in this, if I were to use the example that I continued with, if you were utilizing gross profit, and we calculated at 3% and 6%, and if gross profit at 6% was 900,000, if we assess gross profit at 900,000, the 450,000, the 450,000 would be the lower value, and 900,000 would then be the higher value. If risks is assessed as high, you would utilize the lower value of 450,000. However, if risk is assessed as low, you would then utilize the higher value of 900,000.
All right, thank you.
Good question. Very good question. Thank you. Do we have any more hands? I think we did.
Yes.
Yeah, we do. Okay. So you guys can go. We got Musala and then we got Tumelo. So you guys can go in that order.
Okay, thanks. I wanted to ask, in the absence of that point that was actually mentioned in the question in terms of significance of inherent risk, if the question is silent in terms of how it is, but in the scenario you can read that there is maybe a high level of inherent risk, do you mention why, or you just say inherent risk is high, then you must actually set your materiality low, or do you have to indicate as in why inherent risk is high per the question?
Oh, thank you for that question. So the way I look at it is like this. If I am a client and I need to do a risk assessment, before I do the risk assessment, do I know what the risk is? I do not. So what would I have to do in that instance? If I don't have information, I would have to make an assumption. So similarly, in the question, if you are then doing the assessment of whether the risk is high, medium, or low, and it's not explicitly stated in the scenario that it is high risk, although it may be evidential that there are risks that are in there, nothing stops you from writing in your solution, assume that the risk is assessed as low. Because of it assessed as low, I would want materiality to be at the higher value. And you could argue the inverse just equally as such. Based on the information provided in the scenario, I assume that the risk to be assessed as high, and therefore materiality should be set as low. Equally argued, and you would get the point either way. Welcome. Tumelo, I think you may go.
Evening, sir. How are you?
Good things. How are you doing?
All right, thanks. Just on that point, and I don't want to drag out this point 8 in the memo, but would you not have to state which materiality you're actually speaking to? Because I don't believe that inherent risk will affect overall materiality. I think it affects just performance materiality,
So what
if
would
I'm
you
not
then,
mistaken.
so what would you then say? What would you then make reference to?
I'd say, well, because there's a higher risk assessment, it would lead to a lower performance materiality.
Yeah. Look,
Would
I
that be
mean,
correct?
fair enough. If you're
Yeah,
looking here at the materiality aspect here, it speaks about materiality in totality.
yeah,
And
which is
we spoke
overall.
about,
Yeah.
yeah, so we spoke about a risk which had an impact on the materiality. You
Mm,
could be specific as well.
okay,
Either way you would have got the mark here. So, thanks for that. I think,
okay,
yeah, it's all good. Yeah.
sure.
Okay. Yeah, I think we clear up on the ends for now. But please feel free to interject me if you need to. We move on to the point number 10. Since 2025, draft forecast figures are utilized in calculating planning materiality. The performance materiality will also need to be determined. Point 10.1 speaks about, we said there was an incorrect factor that was utilized of 110%. There was a very easy identification to state that this is incorrectly performed at 110%, and it should be correctly performed at 70%, because the 70% was provided to you as well in the scenario. Like I've stated, for the performance materiality figure, it should always be lower than the planning materiality figure, and you can utilize another factor of 70%, 80%, whenever percentage factor is not provided to you. In this instance, it was provided. If you look at the values highlighted in red, you can identify that performance materiality values were provided. It was indicative that it should not be 110%, 1 mark, and it was provided that it should be 70%, 2 marks. Those are very easy marks to obtain, and if you look at the suggested solution, you would then see 10.1 and 10.2. The marks were quite easy to achieve in this instance. Somewhat in a critical analysis, when you're doing a critical analysis of a working paper, somewhat to an extent, it's like provide the correcting journal entries. So you are reversing something that's incorrect or providing a comment on what's incorrect, and then you would provide what the appropriate or correct outcome should ideally be. For materiality revision, I advise go back to the ISA, go make reference to ISA standard, look at the decision tree, in terms of calculating materiality for the various aspects that need to be taken into account. And if you utilize those templates, if you utilize that criteria according to the ISA standard and you answer different materiality calculations, there should not be a materiality question that could lead you guys astray. You should obtain majority of the marks in most of the materiality questions and calculations just by sticking to the core basics and fundamentals. Stick to the basics, stick to the core aspects, and you will achieve all of the marks incrementally and individually, as well as cumulatively, to achieve, a good percentage for a materiality type of question. The critical thinking was the analysis of having the thinking cap on, of removing the bad, introducing what the good would be, critical analysis, PVAA mark. Do not lose out on those. And that brings us to the end of this question here for materiality. There are various other questions in Learning Unit 6 to 7 question bank. We will not be looking at those specific aspects right now, but rather we will be going into an alternate question. And this question is also a past question, which will be uploaded on the additional resources on my UNISA. And what I've done here is I've broken up the question. It's a 40-mark question. Part A related to pre-engagement activities, factors that the audit firm should consider prior to accepting an audit for reappointment. Point B spoke about risk indicators as well as the description of risks in tabular format, whereas part C spoke about the risk of material misstatement at the assertion level. I've broken up these parts into various Word documents for part A, B, and C consecutively. I will be displaying those parts on screen. I will be projecting those parts on screen. And what I have performed on those documents are color coding exercises. Color coding in terms of strategizing and coding your paper to such an extent whereby when you answer, it is easy to abstract and obtain information that's required from the scenario and generating your point that's needed in the solution. So without further ado, we will go into part A. And I will project it on screen right now. So here's the projection, and as can be seen, it's a very colorful paper. This is the expectation when answering these assessments. You know, when you have the assessments printed out and you need to highlight and color on these assessments, make the appropriate notes. It's done with specific intent, specific reason, because what will be identified in this instance is the colors that are in the scenario, as can be seen in, the elements that are in the light blue, sky blue. If you go to the solution, elements that are in sky blue, the points that are generated for those for that specific element are the trigger points in the scenario, which one would utilize to generate a point in the solution. Generally, when receiving a question, I would take the factor of, for 100 marks, you would utilize 180 minutes. And 180 divided by 100 marks is 1.8 marks per minute. And if you were to take that 1.8 marks multiplied by 40, you would arrive at 72 minutes. So what I would generally recommend is break up the 1.5 minutes and the 0.3 minutes per mark. So 1.5 plus 0.3 is 1.8. Break up the 1.8 into 1.5 and 0.3. If you take a factor of 1.5 minutes multiplied by 40 marks, you would arrive at 60 minutes. And if you were to take a factor of 0.3 multiplied by 40, you would arrive at 12 minutes reading time. The reading time I then further split into 1/3, which is 4 minutes, and 2/3, which is 8 minutes. What I generally like to do is code a scenario, and when I do code, it means that I make notes on the side of each paragraph. It can be acronyms, abbreviations, mnemonics, a word, something highlighted, aspects which stand out to you. Furthermore, what I like to do is all numerical values that are in text as well as dates. I tend to write those in a gray color or a gray highlighter. For example, 75% at 31 December, 25% of the issued share capital. Those type of aspects. So at the side of each paragraph, as can be seen, I write various notes which comes into consideration when generating answers. We will then proceed with the reading of the scenario, which indicates you are a first-year trainee accountant, rather inexperienced if you're a first year, so take that into account. You got to know who you are. At the audit firm, it is a medium-sized audit firm, and I've written here experience? Do we have do I have the experience as a first year trainee? Do we have this experience as an audit firm, a medium-sized audit firm? What can we do as a medium-sized audit firm? Can we audit large listed GSC companies or not? If you were an small audit firm, would we manage that or not? You know, those type of aspects. You are currently involved in the 31 December financial year end of the client. We have some background information of the client, and the financial year end was 31 December 2019. Hence, the beginning of the year will be the 1st of January 2019, and maybe this could be halfway through the year. This could be 31 June 2019. So what we've identified here, we have a 12-month cycle. I like to write the numerical timeline of a calendar year, or rather the financial year that we will be utilizing, as events that do happen during the year can be documented at the specific dates. And you would then be able to count the amount of months between the occurrence of events. Fastcom was established in the year 2000 and is listed on the JSE. So there are JSE risks, which always feature. They deal exclusively on providing telecommunication services to their customers across South Africa. So they have dispersed operations, decentralized operations. There could be risks in internal control for decentralized operations, perhaps. The second aspect relates to the directors of Fastcom have a sharing of 75%, and they receive share options which are driven by profits for the year. Hence, there is incentive to manipulate these profits to increase the percentage of shareholding that they receive, or the share options that they receive. The remaining 25% is owned by other stakeholders. Remember, we spoke about risks and risk indicators, and we can already see some of them are featuring JSE incentive for manipulation of the profits. During the July 2019 financial year end, Fastcom was able to gain control of 3 South African companies. Now, during the current year, which is July 2019, there's a gain of 3 entities. When there's a gain, we open up our IFRS textbook and do what? IFRS 3, consolidation. So there are risks with consolidations. What are the general risks with consolidations? Intra-group transactions may not be eliminated. There could be errors in consolidation. Related party transactions in terms of IAS 24 rather, would not then probably be appropriate. And other aspects of if there are foreign subsidiaries, there could be foreign exchange gains and losses or translation errors that occur. The 31 December year end, and this resulted in the holding company changing the previous year from 31 July to 31 December. And there are various risks which could occur with a change in year end. It would be great for future sustainability to have all of the one of the companies, which is the holding company, which is in essence the company that we are auditing, have a change in financial year end during the year. There could be errors which may have occurred at various points in time as a result of the year end change. It further goes on to state that during August 2019, Fastcom changed its software from ADSL to fiber in order to be more efficient telecommunication services, okay? This implementation of the new resulted in serious repercussions because many households and businesses were disconnected. Media reports came out, inflated bills. So there's reputational risk for the company. You know, this could result in losses. There's protesting and marches which has occurred. Talk about the CEO of this department, deemed it to be a national crisis. And, we get to find out that the CEO of Fastcom, which is Samuel, he knew about these issues and had received numerous complaints from customers, but deliberately provided incorrect information. So the integrity of management is unquestionable because this person that's in executive senior position has then provided false information, regarding the billing. These are serious repercussions and they could potentially be going concern issues. Further goes on to state that the Department of Telecommunication and Postal Services independently investigated the matter to confirm compliance and found that there are irregularities within the billing system. The department therefore decided to terminate accreditation of Fastcom by the end of the following financial year and provide reasonable time for all parties to make the relevant amendments. Also, the Department of Telecommunication Services lodged a lawsuit against the company, and it will cost around 300. The legal team is of the opinion that the ruling will be in favor of the department, as Fastcom does not have insurance cover to cover such lawsuits. Those are serious indicative factors surrounding going concern issues. Furthermore, talks about Fastcom not having insurance, and there's also pressure that the audited consolidated financial statements are required 1 week after year end. So there's pressure to provide these financial statements in a very short space of time. And explicitly, subsequent to the elaborative indicators that were provided, which led to the largely possible outcome of the company not being a going concern, has finally been stated explicitly. Fastcom is experiencing going concern problems as a result of the penalties and lawsuits against them, which could then be inferred from the preceding information. Furthermore, we have a very colorful page which comes down to talk about the auditors. Talks about them being appointed for a third term. A term is 5-year period, so they're now being appointed for the third term, which is 15 years. We need to evaluate, is that allowed in terms of the Companies Act? Surely not. And that's what gets taken into account in the solution. It's pointed out, in terms of this is a serious aspect that has been deviated from. The audit committee believes that this is in accordance with the Companies Act, even though we know it's 100% not in accordance with the Companies Act. And this will ensure that the independence is not compromised. The remaining 3 companies will be audited by their respective audit firms and are not clients of the company. So remember, you got to remember your relevant ISA standards, and in this instance, they are utilizing there will be other auditors, other external auditors for the subsidiaries, not the same audit firm. The total number of audit team members planned for the audit of Fastcom has decreased in comparison to that of the prior years. So because we have less team members, would it be appropriate for us to continue with less team than last year, even though now they have subsidiaries, they have grown more than they have in the previous year. So it's a company that has grown more. Hence, it would be illogical to utilize less audit team members. That's an aspect that needs to be taken into account. The following team members are planned for the audit. So we have the following individuals. We have RA, CASA, various aspects of audit partner, manager, senior, and the first year trainee. It speaks about how long these partners have been in charge of the audit. They've been here since 2008. Is it appropriate for them to be here so long in terms of the Companies Act? Surely not. Talks about various aspects that these people prepare. Preparation of tax returns, tax returns. We also need to evaluate the preparation of the tax returns as well as the, what the functions be performed independently of each other, would the work be compromised if they perform both functions. Those are the key aspects that need to be taken into account. When we look at the required, it indicates with reference to the introduction and background information of FASCOM, which was we look at the introduction as well as the background information. And what we would then look at is I seen that comment that came now. Yeah, so what we're looking at is the introduction and background information, understanding of the entity and its auditors, discuss the factors that Game of Comms should have considered prior to accepting the reappointment as the statutory auditors of FASCOM. And we're looking at the aspect of 1.5 minutes. So you guys got about 10 minutes to write out this question. I'll be, just looking at the factors that you would consider. We'll scroll up a bit shortly now and have a look at those. Yeah, so these are one of the questions. I think you've seen some characters in these questions. Game of Thrones, fair enough. I think, yeah, do some other questions and, some other characters may reveal themselves. But, a good spot there. I think for the PGDA, yeah, we'll have to focus more on the questions and get the names from there rather than watching them. There's not going to be much time to to watch much of the series in this PGDA year, but it's all worth it once it's over. And then you guys can catch up on a lot of TV that has been forfeited in 2026. I think we have a question from Angeline.
Okay, my question is, what are the checks in identifying which financial statement to use? Like I see sometimes we are using the audited, sometimes we are using the current year. So I'm just confirming again. My assumption is that if last year, if there's no changes between the 2 years, we are going to use the audited. But if they have maybe acquired a company in the new financial year, we cannot use the audited, am I right? Because now they are not aligned.
Okay, so we're looking at an example of, well, let's utilize what we've been utilizing here. We have 2024, and then we have 2025. So the rationale is if we are providing an opinion on the most recent financial statements for the current financial year, maybe the company has launched a new product, they've taken over a few subsidiaries, they are expanding. You're seeing line items in the financial statements change. There's more revenue that's coming into play. This company is maybe unrecognizable compared to the preceding years. In that instance, we need to provide the users of the financial information with useful information, and we need to base some materiality on the relevant figures that has happened years in 2025. If you look at 2024, what we cannot do is we cannot utilize 2024 in this instance because there was no subsidiaries, there was no additional investments that have maybe occurred, there was no new product launch which has occurred that has dramatically changed the business. So those older figures are not going to be appropriate values to use now because the financial statements of this year and last year look significantly different. If you were to, for instance, look at a line by line item and do a ratio analysis, and an analytical procedure of comparing the prior years to the current year values, if you just perform that procedure, and if the values are pretty much aligned to a large extent, there's a good chance that there were not too many changes which occurred in the company. You see, ideology is to utilize the most relevant figures that the users of financial statements, when we produce these published financial statements, those users, what will be the most relevant information to them? And if we think with that aspect, and when we think of it needs to be, the most recent information, because that's the most relevant, then you start justifying why you need to utilize 2025. And if we cannot, because there are no audited financial 2025 results, we still would want to utilize 2025 results, but then maybe a forecasted figure and take into account certain adjustments, that we need to take into account. And if we still can't utilize that, then we'll go to the prior year. So we try and utilize the most recent figures as much as we possibly can.
Okay. I have another question for the benchmark in determining the materiality. So is it important for me to understand the industry that the company is in? Like if it's manufacturing or maybe retailer, or there's no need for that? If the answer is yes, I would like to know which benchmarks are related to the manufacturing industry.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
I've
you
been
for
reading
that.
this paragraph A8, but I couldn't understand exactly what they are saying.
Yes. No, thank you for that. So what I would like to state is this: if you're looking at, let's utilize those same examples. If you are utilizing a manufacturing entity, if you are utilizing, a company in retail, and then you are maybe utilizing an investment company. If you take all three of these companies and you look at the financial statements, all of these companies would likely have profit or loss. You would have your revenue, less cost of sales, your gross profit, additional income, add other income, less other expenses, etc. You would have a statement of financial position, which you would have your fixed assets, inventory, receivables less the payables. You would have your equity and liabilities, the equity components, including your shares and retained valued earnings, as well as the liability components of non-current and current. So all three of the companies would have these financial statements. Then you need to ask yourself, okay, fine, I am auditing a company, um, manufactures ice creams, for instance. And if they are manufacturing ice creams, for instance, perhaps they have a large amount of assets and machinery that are intensified to produce these ice creams. And because they are so asset intensively utilization of their capacity, assets would be an appropriate factor for you to deem and perceive and utilize and justify for utilizing that as a materiality value, because you can see how much value those assets bring to just that manufacturing entity. Now, if you go to a retail entity, they could also have a large amount of assets and you could also justify assets. So I cannot tell you that retail needs to be assets and manufacturing needs to then be assets or the inverse or revenue. You need to evaluate what is the most relevant and most significant for the particular company that you're auditing, and the information and the answers to where, a large amount or high value of that item for revenue. They may be highly intensive in revenue. That line item would then be stressed or provided to you in the information. And then you would justify for this company A in this question, I am utilizing assets because the reason for utilizing assets is they are largely intensified in assets due to the following. And you write now the aspect, the answer that I told you, that they're largely producing this ice cream. So perhaps in retail, they're selling a significant amount of items and revenue is the largest driving factor. then you would state, they are continuing operations, their profit can be justified as well if the cost of sales is a justifiable factor. But you see, these aspects require professional judgment. You need to look at the scenario, what's provided to you, and how you would then utilize that information to justify the benchmark that you will utilize. Is that okay?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. I think there's another question from Wengai.
Hi, sir. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you doing?
I'm well, thank you. Sorry, sir, I've joined the session very late, and some of my questions you might have addressed them already. The first question is in relation to the materiality calculation. Which figures do we use if we are asked to calculate materiality? If you are given the figures as per the signed financials, and which is the signed financials of the prior year and the figures of the current financial year, which should be the correct figures to use to calculate materiality? That's the first one.
Okay. No, thanks for that question. So I think the previous question that I did answer does cover that aspect as well. What we're looking for is, like I've stated, that you look at the first in, or rather the last in, in the information that came in now, and that's relevant. If you have audited figures that can be utilized right now, and you're the most comfortable with that, you'll utilize that. If not, then you look at the current year, which is, the latest information that we have available, and look at various aspects that would adjust that figure. If that's still not justifiable and we cannot utilize that, we would then go to preceding year information, and we would then utilize that. I do not want to utilize the word as a last resort, but what we try to do is use the most relevant information for the users of these financial statements. And the most relevant information is the latest available information, which relate to the news, which relate to the figures, which relate to exactly what is happening at the entity. Because we need if we're making a decision tomorrow, if you would like to go on vacation somewhere, we would evaluate we would then evaluate what's the flying schedules of the airlines, which airlines are flying, is there any downtime in the world, are there any airports that are not flying perhaps, what's the price of the tickets, and then we would then make decisions based on that. Now, if I were to provide you with information that's 2 years old for ticket pricing and airports that were down back then, it would not be so useful for your decision making today. So if you think of the decision makers as the users of financial statements, they want the latest information, and the latest information you can provide them with the sales that maybe happened yesterday, if in an ideal world. But you get what I'm trying to say. You want to provide them with the most recent, relevant, and updated information as possible, and utilize those in the calculation of your materiality values.
No, that's great. I'm answered. I'm answered with regards to that question. Thank you, sir. Then the second one is in relation to the percentages that we use when we calculate materiality. Are we expected to know those ranges? Like, for example, if you are using profit before tax as a benchmark, or you're using total assets as a benchmark, are we expected to know the ranges that we need to calculate materiality, or they will be given?
Thank you for that question. So what happens here is, I would just like to project that one more time as well. So when we were looking at this question, what we've had here under point number 3, if you look at the scenario here, in Annexure A, point number 3, we've provided the percentages that need to be used. For revenue, it's 2%, gross profit 3%, net profit or loss 2.5%, and total assets 1%. If we provide you with percentages, please utilize those percentages. I could provide you with a table format, and I could tell you revenue at the lower tier is 1%, at the higher tier is 2%, and I could then provide you with percentages similarly for gross profit, NP, total assets as well. So if the percentages are provided to you, you need to explicitly utilize these percentages. However, if these percentages are not provided to you, then you need to make an assumption of the percentages that need to be utilized. And by all means, you can still utilize these percentages that I have in this case study. It's not like a footprint in stone, engrossed and embossed. It's basically, I don't even want to say benchmarks that you need to utilize, but it's professional judgment of what the percentages that you would need to utilize. If you look at a few past questions and examinations, what you would identify is perhaps maybe similar percentages are utilized, but the principle in essence is if percentages are provided to you, you utilize those. If not, you can utilize any percentages you deem to be appropriate based on reasonable professional judgment.
Okay, no, I think I'm answered in the second question. Thank you. Then the last question that I have, it is in relation to the pre-engagement activities. When we are asked to consider the factors that an audit firm should actually take into account before accepting the client. I know there are separate headings where you need to consider the client investigations, and also the auditor's consideration, and I don't know the other ones. But my question is in relation to, let's say you have actually put the headings, you are answering in terms of the headings, then it happens that you might place a point under the heading that it does not relate to. Would one be penalized on that, or it be still awarded the mark?
Thank you for those questions. I'll answer that shortly. I'm just looking for something that I can demonstrate to you. That's a good question. And it's a question that I'm going to answer. I'm going to elaboratively answer, not only for what you're asking, but holistically when answering auditing questions. So I think we have an example here. It was the second question. So for the second question, part A, with reference to the background information, discuss whether FinServ should have accepted the audit engagement of the separate financial statements of UGV Tech. Do not discuss the significance, whether they are acceptable or not, of threats or safeguards that should have been considered. When you see not, when you see a note, you read this twice. Read it a third time. So you make sure that you did not address what's not required. Equally important, you read what is required 3 times as well, so that you answer exactly what is required. Here we're looking at background information, discuss whether FinServ should have accepted the engagement. Now, when they ask you whether like, you know, if you go now anywhere for that matter, and you know, you need to enter a building and the security guard asks you, do you want to come in? Yes or no? And whether you would like to come in or not, you have to give an answer. Am I correct in saying that? If someone asks you whether yes or whether no. So when you see whether, it's called a free mark. And the free mark here is you need to give a conclusion. So right at the start, skip 3 pages and at the end, write your conclusion right there and then. So if you don't get to it, at least you know you've written it down and there's one word only to write. So you can write as such, you can write the following. Based on the above, based on my above evaluation, I would suggest that FinServ should accept the audit engagement. And you can have the word not accept there as well. And as you write your answer, you can go see whether it should be yes or no. If the not should not be there, you scratch out the word not and say accept. If it should be accept, then you have the answer there as well. So it's a point that you don't forget about when you're answering the question. Now, when you are going into the various headings that you make reference to, there will be components in the auditing syllabus where you need to answer questions, and those questions will then feature under specific headings. Like in this instance, we have pre-engagement, and it talks about the integrity and values of the principal owners, the competence of our engagement team, their capabilities, time, and resources. It talks about the ethical requirements of the engagement team, the prior predecessor auditors, and other considerations which need to be taken into account. The question which came forward was, if I write the point under the incorrect heading, would I still be awarded the mark? Sometimes yes, and other times no. For instance, if you're answering a question on assertions, and remember assertions at the account balance level, completeness. If you answer an incorrect risk under existence, but it should be fundamentally under completeness, you will not get a point because that is an incorrect point that is written. However, if I do not ask you to list the assertions, you are not obliged to tell me its existence or completeness. So if you then write it down on page 1 or 2, I don't know which heading you make reference to. I'm going to assume you made reference to the correct assertion and I'm going to award you the mark. So in this instance here, if you were to write that, if you are unsure which heading it should be under, and you go right to the bottom and what do you see here? Other considerations. Other could be any of them. When you write it under other, you would get the mark. You would receive the mark under an incorrect heading if it is not fundamental to challenge, you know, a standard or a paragraph or an assertion where it could be perceived as either or. Then the benefit of the doubt is you would receive the mark in that instance. However, where you are unsure and you are not explicitly asked to provide headings like here, with reference to the background information, discuss whether FinServ should have accepted the order engagement of UGV Tech or not. Nobody asked for any headings. No headings were required. In this instance, you could provide headings for your understanding rather, and you know, put it the points under the relevant heading as such. And if you are unsure, you can go put it under other, and other could be the last heading here. We have other notes, other points, other considerations, or just the word other is sufficient. Does that answer the question?
Yes, answered, say, thank you very much. That's all I wanted to ask.
Okay, you're most welcome. Are there any other questions on that aspects regarding headings? Okay, I don't see any other questions per se, so I'm going to go back here. And when we look at this, what we'll identify is, I like to do this is, you know, when coding my questions, at the beginning of a question, I like to code it as such. And what these mean to me is, what are the assertions at the transactional level, and what are the assertions at the account balance level? Transactional level and account balance level. So in the most layman and basic terms, is there anybody who could explain me the difference between an assertion at transaction level and an account balance? So what is account balance versus transaction level? Give me a real world example. Or
I'm just gonna try and shoot. I think transaction level would be what do you call it? In the statement of profit or loss, and account balance would be in the statement of financial position. So share capital, for instance.
share capital would be which one again?
An account balance.
Okay. Could you give me another account balance?
Accounts receivable.
Okay, so both of them are from the statement of financial position. So guys, you hear what's the answer here? We have the statement of financial position in front of us. We got assets, we got property, plant and equipment, investment property, we got current assets. This gentleman went now into the equity. He spoke about share capital. He came up to the current assets. He spoke about trade receivables. Can you give me two other examples, somebody else, from the statement of profit or loss of account balances?
And then maybe the overstatement of revenue.
Inventory.
I think account balances are only in the balance sheet.
But the lecturer said statement of profit and loss.
According to me, in the statement of profit and loss, you cannot find the account balances.
Engineer Nazir, are you still around? I think the lecturer left us, guys.
Network.
Oh yeah, probably it's network.
Yeah, lecturer number. Keep giving me examples, please.
Omnye wethu angabeqhubeka bethunana belecturisha samamele. Thank you.
We can listen to you.
Examples.
Xa kukhona icomrade elinamandla.
You can ask
I know.
question, I will answer your questions.
Sbongile is actually putting herself forth. Because Sbongile can come through.
Me and Sbongi the same WhatsApp group. Please, guys,
Yeah,
come with the
bring your
questions. I'm here
questions.
for you.
Well, essentially, the lecturer had stated that people should give two other examples outside of the ones that I just gave, or account balances.
Yeah, Tumelo, you can actually conduct the meeting whilst we are waiting for the lecture.
I just gave you guys two account balances. Come on, two other account balances.
Someone mentioned inventory, and the other person also mentioned accounts payable.
Okay.
Hi, good day, everyone. Sorry about that. I think we just maybe got disconnected for a second. I'm just gonna record again, so it might be broken up into separate recordings, but that should not be a problem. Let's get this record hit quickly and we'll continue where we stopped. And that was, I was asking for another example or two more examples. And what I've stated is we looked at the statement of financial position and now we are looking at the statement of profit or loss. Can somebody give me two other examples of, transactions or account balances rather, assertions that are, when we speak about the assertions, what would account balances be in the statement of profit or loss?
I mentioned revenue.
Revenue, that's good. Can I have one more?
Cost of sales.
Thank you. So, in summary, what I'm stating is account balance level. When we speak about account balance level, think of your financial statements, your statement of profit or loss, statement of financial position. Think of those two statements and every single line item on those statements, every single line item on those statements would then be an account. It's generated from an account, a general ledger account, a trial balance. All of that gets thrown into journal entries. From your trial balance, it gets segregated into various components, lead schedules, and from your trial balance, you can then generate your financial statements, those beautiful financial statements. You take all of your separate revenue transactions, and when you have revenue, I think there was revenue mentioned now. So if you have revenue and you're running a store, for instance, if you have a cell phone store and you sell and consumers coming to your store, they purchase cell phones, for instance, every sale that you make generates revenue. So when somebody purchases a cell phone, comes to the counter, purchases the phone, ka-ching, it's a transaction which occurred. Am I correct? That is a transaction. One transaction. Now, many transactions get added together, and these transactions get bundled up into one line item, which is called revenue on the statement of profit or loss. So many transactions make up an account balance. So you understand that concept. So now whether you're looking at the statement of profit or loss or the statement of financial position, property, plant, and equipment is what? You have the manufacturing entity, you've purchased 5 or 6 machines to crush the ice, then grind the ice cream, and mix the milk to do the process. So those are the various assets. And, when you purchase these assets, they create at the transaction level, but these transactions get put together and they make up an account balance. Now within that, you're going to then have separate transactions which occur. And then you're going to have the various transactions making up an account balance. So whether it's a transactional level, like the individual sales, or whether it's an account balance level, like the consolidated account balance, the balance of the amount, there are various assertions under each of them. how I code at the beginning of each paper, I state for transactional level, what do I have? I have occurrence, completeness, accuracy, classification, cutoff. Can anyone tell me what the assertions under the account balance level are?
So can I jump in before anyone can answer your question?
Yes.
I just want to understand and get clarity based on the explanation that you've just given on account balances. What will constitute, with the example that I've used for revenue, with a lot of transactions happening, and then when they pile up, they're actually called account balances. What will actually constitute classes of transactions, and what will be the difference between classes of transactions and account balances?
Okay, so within the classes of transactions, like if you're looking at revenue as a single component, there are different revenue streams which can be calculated as such, and the different revenue streams that you do generate would be from the sales, for instance, and those would be, a separate class. Or if you are selling different items, within those transactions, there would be various classifications that fall within them. But an account balance will always be a balance that you see on your financial statements. So when we are auditing a balance, it's a balance that we're making a reference to. And when we talk about transactions, it's individual transactions. So even transactions that, fall under various categories or various spheres, like the cell phone example as well. If you are selling the asset, and the asset would then be, the sale of inventory versus you sell maybe minutes and data with it, which is then the service, but not the good. But that would be a various aspect of the revenue as well. Totally, holistically, it will be one line item classified as an account balance that you see in the financial statement. And when transactions would be individual for that one. There's a few questions also piling in now. Supporting documentation, eh? So now what we're doing is we're going into the. So when we look at this, we have on the account balance level.
You're breaking, sir.
So under the account balance level, that are under account balance.
I can't hear you properly.
You're breaking, sir.
Is it a bit more audible now?
Yes, we can hear.
Okay, so what I'd like to state is so when we have the transactional level, the assertions that fall underneath these, could anyone mention them again?
It's COCAC. Yes. Completion, occurrence, classification, not classification.
Do I have a volunteer listing these assertions under the transactional level?
Accuracy, completion, occurrence.
And cutoff.
Yes, we have cutoff as well. Okay, thank you. Don't ever forget about presentation and disclosure. For instance, if you have like intangible assets in terms of IS 38, you need to inspect the financial statements, to identify, okay, I'm talking about a substantive procedure. Inspect the financial statements to identify that it is indeed being disclosed, presented and disclosed appropriately in terms of IS 38. So if you look at a risk at the assertion level, and then if you look at substantive procedures, they both are married to each other. They are amazing because risks at the assertion level is you are diagnosing what the problem is. There could be a risk of fictitious revenue that would affect the occurrence assertion. Revenue which has not occurred has been captured. That's fictitious. That's false revenue. So what would your substantive procedure be? You would want to inspect the relevant and appropriate supporting documentation to identify that that specific transaction has indeed occurred. There's appropriate documentation for it. It's not just being created and being fictitious. So that's why whenever you think of risks at the assertion level, it's important to always think about the risks or the substantive procedure appropriately. Compliance, I always put the C here because we always would want to evaluate if the transactions above, be it from sales or other income, what have you, whatever these transactions are in essence in accordance with the Companies Act per se, compliance, etc., and account balance level. Could anyone give me these assertions for account balance?
Completeness, valuation, rights and obligation, and existence.
Yes. So you've written the existence, completeness, accuracy, valuation, and allocation. And the last one will then be the rights and obligations. That's perfect. So now that's some of the coding that I do at the start of a question. And it's critically and fundamentally important to take that into account. So remember that for the account balance level, we're going to look at that statement of financial position, where you'll extract the various account balances. Transactional level, you will have all of the line items which would lead to your profit or loss, such as your income aspects, your expenditure aspects, revenue, which is also an income element, the cost of sales. So those are the aspects that we look at for the transactional level. And when we go into the second part, which is part B, these specifically speak about the I've color-coded part B as well. I'll be uploading this document. And also the color coding that is in part B. If you look at the trigger points in the scenario, for instance, this is in green. And if you look at the points in the solution, the one that is in green was also, a trigger point in the scenario which led to this particular point in the solution. So when you are going through this question, and if you look at the risk indicator, all of the risk indicators are highlighted in the various colors, and these colors coincide with the trigger points that are in the scenario. It's key and important to identify, the description of the specific risks and what the risk indicator is. If you're not asked to provide it in a tabular format, you are just asked to provide a description of the risks, or if you are asked to identify and discuss the risks, an indicator is an identification. So you would then write it as one sentence, what the risk identification and discussion ideally is. So then these two columns would in essence be merged as one sentence, and you would then generate each point individually and incrementally therefore underneath. So that's what you would do when you get to part B. When you look at part C, part C specifically asked us, with reference to working paper 100 and working paper 200, discuss the risk of material misstatement at the assertion level. So now you're asked to discuss risk at the assertion level. for the Internet Telecommunication Services fee income and accounting for the new fiber software. Okay, so when you look at the telecommunication services fee income, and then the second aspect was accounting for the new fiber software. When we looked at the Internet Telecommunication Services fee income, this was an income element. So it related to the element of profit or loss. And when we looked at this aspect, we identified it is a transactional level item. You know, it's a services fee income. And when we look at this aspect, the assertions which would then be affected typically would be, here we go, occurrence, completeness. We got accuracy. There would be classification typically in here.
Good question, sir. Just on the layout of this solution, right? Sometimes I find it easier to explain in a column, maybe on the left-hand side, and then what assertions that are affected by my explanation in the right-hand side column. Would that also be fine on a presentation level?
Yes, of course. I mean, that would definitely be a great presentation. You know, there are times where I might ask you for a table, and if I do ask you for a table, it would likely be in that manner. However, if I don't ask you for a table, you are more than welcome to provide me with a table. That would be presentable as well.
Thanks.
You're welcome. So underneath, at the end of this question, I've indicated each of the assertions that are applicable to each of the points. Now, for instance, if you wrote here, if you wrote occurrence here, would you get the mark? Under point 3, if you wrote occurrence, would you receive this mark? Anyone? Instead of completeness.
I should get half a mark.
Okay. Any other viewpoints?
My understanding of this, these are polar opposites. Aren't you testing in different directions?
Yes. So would you receive the mark?
You fail to understand.
Yes.
Get the mark.
No mark.
Yeah.
No mark. Please, candidates, this is very important. So here's the thing. The correct assertion was completeness. If you wrote completeness, you would have got the mark. However, if you wrote occurrence, you would not have got the mark. Furthermore, if you wrote nothing, completeness or occurrence, would you have got the mark?
I don't think so.
Nope. Nope.
It asks for assertion, so no.
Yes, you would have received the mark. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. If you look at the suggested solution with reference to working paper, WP 100 and 200 discuss the risk of material misstatement at the assertion level for the net internet telecommunication services fee income and accounting for the new fiber software. Nowhere did I ask you
to include the assertion.
Nowhere did I ask you anything that features something along these lines. Please include under the relevant assertion heading or include the assertion at the end of each point. However, if I do, then you need to. If I don't, you don't need to. So what I'm saying to you is if I don't ask you for it and if you give me the incorrect assertion, you lost. But if I don't ask you for it and you don't give me anything, you won. Please, candidates, this is fundamentally important. Does anybody not understand this concept? I will repeat myself if need be.
Heard you, sir. Heard you very clear.
May you please repeat yourself? Sorry.
Sure. So, I will say this, and in a question which asks you for risks at the assertion level, in this instance, we got asked for risks at the assertion level, which related to transactions, and which related to account balances. So, for the transactions, what were we looking at? Net telecommunication services income, we're looking at occurrence, completeness, accuracy, classification, cutoff, what have you, the presentation and disclosure. And for the account balances, we are looking at existence, completeness, accuracy, valuation and allocation, rights and obligations. Right. Now, I'm asking you, with reference to these working papers, discuss the risks of material misstatement at the assertion level. We know we're speaking about assertions, and we know when it comes to assertions, what we are looking at when it comes to assertions is either at transactional level or at account balance level. Fair? We are here right now. Now, if I'm silent, it means you do not need to write the assertions at the end of each sentence because I have not asked you to write the assertions at the end of each sentence. However, if I explicitly ask you to write the point, please include the relevant assertion at the end of each point. Or include each point under the relevant assertion. Something along these lines. If I tell you these things, it means you need to have a sentence, and at the end of the sentence, you need to indicate which assertion is being affected: occurrence, completeness, accuracy, classification, or cutoff. If I ask you for it, if I don't ask you for it, you do not need to provide the assertion at the end of the sentence. You may provide the assertion always if you want to. The risk of providing the assertion sometimes is this. If you look at point number 3 as an example, what I've indicated here is point number 3 related to completeness. There is a risk that all the complaints and resulting penalties are not taken into account. So not all of these aspects are taken into account in calculating the service fee income. So there's a problem with all transactions being complete because not all are taken into account. So the correct assertion to write here is completeness. Had you written completeness, had you written this point, you would have got the mark. Had you written the point without writing the word completeness, you would have still got the mark because I did not explicitly ask you to write the assertion. However, if you write the point and I don't ask you for the assertion and you write the incorrect assertion, it is incorrect because occurrence is the complete opposite of completeness. So do not unnecessarily write the assertion if you are not explicitly required to write the assertion. You can, for good understanding and examination purposes, But just be very careful that if you write the incorrect assertion, you will be marked accordingly and it will be incorrect. However, if I do ask you for the assertion, you need to list the assertion. Is that clear?
Clear to me now. A quick question on that note, sir. So, let's say the question was risk of material misstatement at the financial statement level. And usually with those questions, it's due to fraud or error. So if you don't say state with reference to fraud or error, could I just write the risk without stating due to fraud or error? Is it
Yes, you may.
applicable in that case as well?
Yes, so if I'm understanding correctly, you get a question which asks you what are the risks at the financial statement level according to fraud, or it could be according to error, or what are the errors or fraud risk or errors, So if it's asked specifically for those, sometimes I'll ask you a question just on fraud and you only write the fraud. Sometimes I ask you only on error, you write the error. If I'm silent about it, you can write, you don't have to write either due to fraud or error. I know it can be due to fraud or error.
Okay.
And you don't have to include it under the correct heading per se, because I'm not asking you to, unless I explicitly and specifically ask you to do that,
Okay. Oh, thanks.
You're welcome. I see there's another question. What if you included the point under valuation, allocation, and accuracy? Could you please indicate which point you make reference to? I don't think I got that question fully, but I'm going to answer something else which came to my mind. And it's this, which could be the question for that point. And what I was going to state is sometimes a risk relates to occurrence as well as accuracy. Fair enough. And if you are asked to provide, the headings, and if you included it under occurrence or accuracy, you would have received the mark, because interchangeably, or rather for that specific risk, both assertions were applicable. But occurrence and completeness cannot both be applicable, because the one is, did the transaction occur, and the other one is it complete? The one we are discussing, the point under the
I think that's number 3. That's point 3.
Number 3. Yeah, look, here we're looking at the transactions, and the aspects of the transactions are not completely taken into account. Accuracy would be more related to like the specific calculation was not performed appropriately. Those are the aspects that we would look at, for the accuracy part. We see that there are some VAT elements that are in the question, and all VAT that has been calculated correctly or incorrectly had an accuracy element. All calculations related to the accuracy element, and accuracy does feature a lot. In these questions, valuation, allocation, accuracy, valuation, and allocation assertions do feature a lot when they are calculations, as can be seen. Point number 4, 5, and 6, and 8 all had accuracy, all different types of calculations, either for the provision or the incorrect percentages being utilized under number 5, or the VAT highlighted in red under number 4 and number 8. Those were for, the transactional level, the telecommunication services fee income, and now accounting for the new fiber software, which was at the account balance level. Accounting for the new fiber software, relevant IAS statement. You would then take the IAS 38 into account, and if you open up your IAS 38, remember what we are doing in auditing is we are auditing accounting aspects. So if you open up IAS 38 and you look at the aspects that you need to answer for IS38, you would see what costs should be capitalized versus not. The scenario talks about various costs. And what we state here is there's a risk that costs may not be properly treated. Costs capitalized, such as not qualifying costs, be training costs. And the inverse, costs qualifying to be capitalized might not be capitalized, such as feasibility study costs. Those were in terms of IS38. The forthcoming statements and points that are in blue speaks about the valuation and accuracy. Accuracy valuation and allocation. It's with regards to foreign invoices at incorrect amounts, incorrect exchange rates, incorrectly translated, incorrectly accounted for. So it's all errors in calculations that led to those 3 points, 2, 3, and 4. Even point number 5, for that instance, we spoke about incorrect amortization may be calculated. Furthermore, it also goes on further elaboratively in conjunction with IS36 under point number 6, when they speak about the intangible asset is not assessed for impairment. And those are some of the aspects where you see a lot of marks related to accuracy, valuation, and allocation has featured. And this is primarily because the question had a lot of calculation marks, a lot of tables that were provided, percentages, number of customer complaints, various spheres relating to VAT and incremental values that are charged on rating scales. And because of the intense nature and quantity of calculations, that's what led to the significant amount of points that are generated in the solution for the accuracy, valuation, and allocation. This also had a communication skills PVAA mark. So I would suggest maybe going through this question. And similarly, with this question per se, look at what's highlighted, the blue, orange, as well as the green. And those are the trigger points in the solution of how these featured. So with each of your questions that you do practice, I suggest once you have completed writing out the question, you write out in blue pen, you complete the question. Without the time limit, you implement the time limit, continue writing with the time limit, you write with the blue pen, take away the clock, continue writing with a green pen, mark the entire solution with a red pen, write comments at the end of the solution, color code the solution, the same color for the point in the solution to the trigger point in the scenario. If you don't have many colors, go and label it like number 1 in the scenario. A point in a certain sentence is labeled 1 or 1.1. In the solution, you label the same thing 1 or 1.1. So you have an inference or a reference to go back and forth between. And I think that will bring us to the end of part C. So it is all of these aspects, which I will be uploading. This case study, which has the part A, B, and C, which we spoke about. And I want to suggest perhaps going through this. Part A was the pre-engagement activities. Part B spoke about the risks at the financial statement level. And part C spoke about the risks at the assertion level for transactions as well as account balances. And with that, it brings us to the end of today's session. I would like to thank you all for partaking and participating. You guys have been brilliant, and it was my pleasure presenting to you. If you have any further questions, please feel free to ask them now. And if there's something that you perhaps maybe think about later, you please feel free to send an email. You may send an email with your specific query, and we will then address it and answer it accordingly. And thank you so much once again.
Thank you. Bye.
Goodbye.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
Goodbye. I see we have a question, Angeline. You're welcome to ask the question.
Okay, I wanted you to interpret for me like the inventory as an account balance. I know that some of the assertions are irrelevant for inventory. So I just wanted you to interpret all of them for inventory, just for me to understand why others are irrelevant.
Okay, when you say irrelevant, what do you make reference to for
Okay,
the
let me say
irrelevant?
like rights and obligation. Under inventory, I have never seen it when we discuss inventory.
Okay.
Yeah, am I right by saying that not all the assertions are applicable to like an account balance? Let me say now we talk about fixed assets. There will be some other ones that are not applicable for it. Ne? Am I right?
Let's put it this way. Like say we have inventory and we're purchasing the inventory from Japan and we are working with the yen. I know the Japanese yen. So now we import that inventory. It comes from Tokyo, comes on the ship. And once that inventory is on the ship, it goes through the harbor, translated at the yen, arrives at our port in South Africa. They unpack it and take it to our storeroom. Would we need to perform procedures around the existence of that inventory? To see if it exists? Yes. For all the inventory transactions that we do have, do we need to see that this inventory everything that we have received is indeed complete? Whatever is archived in our shelves, whatever is being sold, whatever is being taken out is definitely complete. When that inventory is on the ship and arriving to us in transit on the sea, has the rights and obligations of that inventory passed to us or not as yet? When we have inventory, would we be required to do calculations on the inventory to see if the amounts relating to inventory are accurately valued, allocated? Yes. So which assertion would we make reference to that would not be applicable to inventory? So I would think in that instance, see, all of the assertions are relevant. If you evaluated each of them individually against the inventory balance, you see what I mean? They all were relevant. So we would utilize all of them for the inventory as well.
Okay, are they relevant only because of the scenario that we have provided now, or are they always relevant on inventory?
I would think perhaps they always would be relevant because even if you have inventory that's not even having a foreign transaction element to it, you know, the fact that we have inventory that we sell, that we archive in our storeroom, for instance, that we would like to sell, we need to evaluate, you know, rights and obligations at the hours. What's the calculations around them? Accuracy, evaluation, allocation. Does the inventory exist? You know, is it complete? So you would then need to evaluate the entirety of inventory. It would be applicable to all scenarios.
Okay, even trade receivables and trade payables will all of them be applicable to them?
So for me, what's important is if you ask yourself that same questions for like the next account balance level, then you know like each of them would give an answer per se. For example, if you have trade payables, you know, the existence of trade payables, we're going to do this third-party confirmations as well. Are trade payables complete? We need to evaluate that. What's the calculation surrounding the trade payables? But now rights and obligations, I mean, what rights and obligations would you have with the trade payables, you know? Whereas inventory, for instance, is an asset that you would have the rights to or the obligations around utilizing it. So each account balance that you look at, and if you want to see the assertions that would apply, you know, if you understand what the assertion is, it will make it much more easier in, you know, evaluating that specific account balance to see, okay, logically, does this assertion make sense, you know?
Okay, there is a part that I didn't understand there when you talk about the rights and obligation. Are you saying that for creditors, we will not be talking about the rights and obligations because there's nothing to say about it?
What would you think what would we say about it in general? What is rights and obligations in your understanding?
Okay, rights and obligation is like, to my understanding, isn't that the control? Like if you bought maybe a fixed asset, maybe you can assess if you've got the rights and obligation on it, right to it, right to that fixed asset.
Yes.
Yes, I can only explain it on the fixed asset part, but not on the trade receivable and the trade payable.
So I think so on the receivable, when you have a debtor in your book, you know, similarly to an asset, you have right to the fruits of that asset. So with a trade receivable, you would have then the rights, you know, to receive the revenue relating to the trade payable. With a trade receivable, with a trade payable, you would have not the rights but the obligation to pay the trade payable.
For trade and receivable, for trade receivable is an obligation. For the trade
For
receivable,
payable, your payable is your obligation to your creditor. Your yes, your right is your right to receive the income generated via revenue in the form of your debtor's balance, your trade receivables balance. See the rationale? Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're most welcome. Yeah, see, there's another question from Mark.
So my question is with regards to when we are looking at the factors that we need to consider when before accepting any client. With an assumption that the purpose of an auditor is the duty of an auditor is to audit the financial statements of a company to see whether the statements are fairly represented and all that. Why do we then need to, for an example, consider whether the management is ethical or this company, whether they're ethical and also whether they follow, let's say, those statutory requirements and all that. Why is it that important for us to note that? Because I thought that our job is just to see whether the company or their accounts are very clear. Are clean. So my question is why is it that we have to take all those things into account? Why not just audit them and then give them an opinion which is unfavorable?
Wait, I just want to pause you for a second. So in other words, let me ask you the question back, right?
Okay.
If I have a group of corrupted individuals,
right,
Right, you heard the first part.
Mm-hmm.
So now if you have a group of corrupted individuals that are preparing financial statements,
Right.
you gotta watch you gotta watch who these guys are. Am I correct? You will be very skeptical if you know these guys are a bit sly.
Yeah.
Now, if you don't know they're sly, they could be sly. So that's why we have professional skepticism. You don't just trust. It needs to be documented. It needs to be proved. So that's why I'm saying you need to see the integrity of these people, evaluate the integrity. Are they ethical people? Because if they are, you'll feel more comfortable in the figures that they provide to you. Otherwise, if they are not ethical people, what's the likelihood that they're going to provide correct numbers to you, correct information, correct documents?
Mm-hmm. I get it. But then my question is then why would we have to get to a point where we don't even accept the client, even though, okay, I know we are trying to see the risk or the effort that we probably need to put into when we're auditing these people. Let's say they are corrupt, we're probably going to audit them more. We're going to need like more resources and all that. But then why do we have to get to a point where we don't accept them as a client?
Remember, so what we're doing is before we engage,
Mm-hmm.
before we get engaged with the client, by the way, you never get married to the client because the engagement stops after a period of time. Anyways, before you get engaged to the client, you need to perform preliminary engagement activities.
Mm-hmm.
Preliminary is like you evaluate the candidate if you're going to get engaged to them or not. If the risk is too high, if these guys' integrity are flying out of the window, it's nothing. There's nothing to it. There's no sustenance. You can't trust them entirely. You don't take them on. Full stop. Then, now if you evaluated the candidate, the client, and you are happy to have an engagement, then you engage. Once you are engaged, you'll always be skeptical because I don't want to say a partner, but rather your client, at any point in time, could change their mind, could change their perception, could reveal their true colors, what they've been able to maybe conceal from you for a short period of time, now it just comes out in the open. So you always need to maintain professional skepticism throughout the audit. And throughout the audit, when you are doing evaluations, you need to evaluate the client's ethicalness, the integrity throughout the process, every single step of the process.
Okay, understandable.
Yes, Chief. Thanks for that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. There's a question. I'm not sure if there's another question, but if there isn't any for now, you guys are more than welcome to send me an email, and I will surely answer any query that you may have, pertaining to any of the aspects that we have discussed today. Thank you. Be ending the meeting shortly.
Hello, everyone.
box ke 30 minutes mfethu batho ba tsholang ba re ra ba sindela, they need the network.
Abetse batho ba diane mo tlelaseng ba fetwe ka nako e. Dai.
Tlelaseng e kae?
Ya na ka mo di sa nthe ba fetwe wa na ka sgo na kwe.
Ne o go phethe ne. Yeah, I can tell. I like it really go group chat la mfethu di angimela.
O tshwana le nna be ke rata go ka 30 ka nna be ke se ka group di etse. Ke mo tlhobola la ntho go lo ra wisa le ntho go sa itsebeng. Frugo ya wa.
So na